AZRE.
Morning, Daniel. Let's see what's going to happen today. Let's see. SPY is going choppy a little bit. MIST starts off pretty good this morning. Gap fill to the 950s.
SONO, Sandy Oscar, November Oscar. M signs are positive on SONO, Sandy Oscar, November Oscar.
OGEN, gap down.
Plug.
SPCE.
PHM.
PHM is a little spready. Plug.
CHEK, check up announcing exercise of warrants for $9.6 million in gross proceeds. Charlie Hotel Echo Kilo, CHEK. Check cap shares dropping to 62 cents, CHEK. Letter T, AT&T says AT&T's 5G network is live for consumers and businesses across the U.S. That's letter T, AT&T. CBAY, Simba Bay upgraded to a buy
CBAY.
$10 price target at Raymond James. That's Charlie Bravo Alpha Yankee, CBAY.
CBAY may be approaching the daily of 495. Oh, look at the pre-market though.
USEG.
TSLA, Tesla sues Rivian over allegedly stealing trade secrets
HLX is approaching
through new
5.
hires that from Electrek, TSLA.
Volume's a bit choppy on HLX. Daily has a 509. Don't know about that.
MIST, Milestone Pharma shares up 146% now, 826 off the highs of $9.15. MIST.
MIST has done quite a bit of a pullback. Pfizer had some good news the other day about the vaccine for next year. PFE.
SUNW. T.
CANF can't fight, getting a pop here. Charlie Alpha November Foxtrot, $2.54, CANF.
Hey, Amruth, Sai, let me, I'll answer your question soon, after,
SUNW.
probably around 10 a.m. Still just focusing.
VTGN,
Trying
Vistagen
to find something
Therapeutics,
here.
Victor Tango Golf November, getting a pop to the
PHM.
highs of the day, announcing positive FDA meeting regarding their treatment for anxiety. That's VTGN, Victor Tango Golf
T.
November.
AT&T. Nice leg down.
CBAY, Simba Bay at the intraday high now. Charlie Bravo Alpha Yankee. Announcing the FDA lifted the clinical hold on their treatment for NASH. That's CBAY, now at $4.90, up 40%. CBAY also getting a buy rating and $10 price target at Raymond James this morning. CBAY.
PHN keeps popping up.
PHM.
Shares of Boeing dropping here, 176.89. BA
There's already
Boeing.
a pullback right
Boeing
there.
down about 1.5%.
It's not looking good. I can't find anything.
USEG.
AAL, American Airlines executive, says working with Boeing on financing for 737 MAX aircraft. Plan is to take all 100 on order over time. That's BA and AAL.
T.
Keep PHM on watch.
PHM.
Also keep AT&T on watch, which is T, Tango. Missing a chart somewhere. There it is. Okay.
PHM,
Western Digital, Whiskey Delta Charlie, PHM's dying off in volume. Moving on.
NLOK,
QFIN is an interesting place on the daily.
QFIN,
QFIN.
AUPH, QFIN,
Really extended here.
NLOK, WDC,
The volume is really Western Digital, Whiskey Delta Charlie.
BLNK, blink charging, hitting the intraday high. BLNK,
It's an interesting morning. There's ups and downs. Well,
AUPH,
not interesting, challenging. Keep an eye on Tango, AT&T Tango, T Tango. I can't trade QFIN. It's just too sketchy on the volume.
QFIN, WDC, QFIN,
This volume is just not.
HLX, Helix Energy, popping to the high, 515, Hotel Lima X-ray.
Okay, MIST is doing a
HLX.
breakout here.
Company reported their
1 million.
earnings after the close yesterday.
Wish it didn't do that.
HLX,
Pullback this morning.
shares now up 35%.
But, you know,
AUPH, Gaku,
LAC, Lithium Americas, getting a little pop here. Lima Alpha Charlie.
WDC, NLOK,
Western Digital is still looking okay. Interesting area in the 45.50 area on the daily. Just the volume is a little. Gotta see a ramp in volume still. Keep that on watch. SPY is moving up nicely. Just maybe going with it.
AT&T CEO says will not speculate if the company will sell DirecTV.
QFIN. AUPH.
WDX, little red with SPY. Volume's not exactly there.
WDC.
WDC isn't really giving any signal of a reversal. Hopefully soon. Looks like it's going to be one of those mornings.
WDC.
Good morning, Daniel. Good morning, Big Boy Blue. Good morning, Augustine. Good morning, Ian Tech. Yeah, Tech was very nice. I can't justify anything right now.
Z.
I really want volume. Here we go. WDC is like popping now.
Gaku.
DWC.
PASI, Bioanalytical Systems, CDC intends to order sole source firm fixed price purchase order to Bioanalytical Instruments for Invitrogen Superscript 3
QFIN.
one-step enzyme. Hosting now.
AZRE.
Looks like Western Digital maybe a curl down.
That's BASI.
WDC.
Let's see what
AC.
happens when it tries to approach 46 maybe? It's already pretty extended. Next area of interest is 46.11 on the daily.
Shares of Bioanalytical Systems, Bravo Alpha Sandy, India, now at 544, up 12.5% BASI.
Anticipating WDC to, oh, there's some volume here on the way to 46.
EDTK IPO 78,000, indicated now $5.10, priced at $5. That's EDTK, Echo Delta Tango Kilo.
So I'm gonna tell Charlie to be quiet a little bit.
Senate Democratic Leader Schumer says
There's some volume.
WDC.
Seeing what happens on the level 2 as it approaches 46. And Whiskey Delta Charlie. Really don't want it to reverse just yet. Want to test the 46. See if there's a wall. See if we have a lot of large numbers at 45.99. Nope. There was some large numbers at 46 on the ask. See if those numbers break down. Easy. All the way through. Now we can anticipate possibly a reversal in this area. As it broke through. Let's see if it reverses here. SPY is moving down with a rejection wick. Still printing red on SPY. Let's see if it can break under 46. Okay. Don't want to get tricked in. Morning, JSEG. Morning, John. Watching Whiskey Delta Charlie. Yeah, it does. But it's struggling here. And it's been printing green. Okay. There's going to be a reset here. Somewhere. Okay.
CLSN.
Hey, good morning, Fire Phoenix. UMC. Really strong. UMC. 1 cent spread.
WDC.
Volume is.
Nail.
Looks like it's reversing right now, actually, isn't it? Is linear? It's not bad. On your UMC. With your UMC being like, looks like it being the all-time high, it's difficult to read. But because I want to try to find a support resistant area, but it looks okay. It's a little bit more linear than I like, just like WDC right now. But it is going. So nice look there. It's just like WDC. It's a little difficult to read.
Read.
Jinx.
STNE.
Oops.
CODX.
There's a little bit more volume in WDC in these areas. I may try for a little bit soon on Whiskey Delta Charlie. Good morning, Bala. Yep, a reversal. I'm generally looking for a reversal here. Basically, everything's already created their trend, right? So now I'm just looking to see if I can find something that's interesting on a counter. Maybe not the entire counter from the very top of the daily, but something that could create a nice reset, pullback. This one's starting to do like a possible curl down, but the volume's fading a bit. Not my favorite look. I think a lot of
Mu.
MU is doing the same thing.
WDC.
Curl down, pop up on
FBACU.
MU. WDC as well. Just gotta be patient here. Like JSEC said, daily gap fill is 46.34.
STNE.
Nothing is looking great anymore. But some of them are still looking good. Still watching MU, and MU could just be going. MU's already looking a little messy. Keep my eye on the WDC here. What I really would like to see is it just pop up and then come down, because we're almost at that gap fill. Yeah, missed was nice.
EDTK.
But I have no shares for that. I mean, my platform doesn't have shares for that. TRN. Oh, let's see what happens to the WDC.
WDC.
If nothing's there, then, you know, it's okay. You can't lose money if you don't trade. Let's see. 46.31, 46.34. Looking for trend lines on the daily here. It's getting an interesting area now, but look at that volume just kind of die off a bit.
ENTG. STNE. Mu.
I want to see that volume come back up.
Fizz. Read.
So it consolidated a little bit. No real pullback. It just keeps going. FIS. FIS is linear. Let Charlie talk again.
Mu, WDC.
Look how beautiful it is on
Fizz.
fives, but the volume is just hard to read now. So now this is approaching our typical strategy of 3 15-minute candles. Maybe it wants to approach 46.85, maybe. Really don't want it to go just yet. Want it to pass up this consolidation area a little bit more.
Mu. WDC.
It's about to go.
FVACU.
Going down a bit with the SPY's red. It would be nice if it's when the SPY right now is green, and so is this one. Interesting. It would be more interesting if SPY went up and this went down. Then there's some conviction there. Inversely, if SPY goes down and this goes up, then that's interesting as well, because I know it wants to go higher.
Mu.
And it's not just being sympathetic to the wind. Let's see. SPY is green, this is red. Okay. I'm in a little bit here. Could get faked out. There's no real signal on the volume. Just thinking it's a little
ENTG.
extended. Just a little extended here. Now SPY is red. This one's stalling. Not good. Setting my stop.
BTK halted on a circuit breaker after opening at priced at $5. Skillful correct spin hit a high of 589, halted on a circuit breaker. Again, BAS side bioanalytical systems confirming that the contract
It may not be ready.
for
But this is going to be a tricky
not
one.
their company. BAS
2
side
cent
is a
spread.
different,
It's okay.
private company. SOLO, Electromechanica, popping here, Sandy Oscar, Lima Oscar. company announcing expansion of its retail footprint in Portland, Oregon. That's SOLO. That was earlier today, Sandy Oscar Lima Oscar.
Okay. It's working a little bit. Sympathetic with the SPY. SPY is moving down. So I have to be careful because this could be just the wind here. It's already hitting the 1 minute. Let's see what the 2 minute looks like. There is a little area down here in the 46.2. SPY is moving down. Okay. I'm just gonna sit quiet and see what happens.
Mayor de Blasio now with his daily update in New York. Senate aide says Senate draft coronavirus bill aims for new direct payments to individuals and couples of $1,200 and $2,400. That from Reuters. S&P futures dropping 32.60.50. MARA, Marathon Patent Group, files for 3 million share, 5.3 million share offering. That's MARA, Michael Alpha Romeo Alpha, Marathon Patent Group. Again, filing for a 5.3 million share offering. MARA.
EDTK.
Hey, good morning, John. Yes, you can.
IBIO, iBio popping here. India Bravo, India Oscar.
You can connect trade ideas with TradeNet. So we're doing okay with WDC here.
TLRY, Tilray granted international patent.
Yeah.
All disintegrating
This
films
one's
for
tricky for
cannabis
sure.
products. That's TLRY, Tilray, Tango Lima Romeo Yankee. TLRY with that patent news.
EDTK.
Shares of Tilray spiking here, $7.60 now on that patent news. EDTK halted again, 575 IPO. Echo Delta Tango Kilo.
It's a nice rejection wick on the previous candle. We'll see. See if it can break down.
OPTT, Ocean Power Technology, getting a pop here to the highs. 91 cents, now at 87 cents, up 17%. TLRY, Tilray, weekly 7.5 call sweep, Tango Lima Romeo Yankee. SRNE, Sorrento, Sandy Romeo November Echo, new short idea at Lakewood in a letter. That's Sandy Romeo November Echo, SRNE. IBIO, iBio, popping here on volume, India Bravo, India Oscar. BLDP, Ballot Power, another short idea at Lakewood. Bravo Lima Delta Papa.
EDTK.
RNET, Rignet, hitting the intraday high now. Romeo November Echo Tango. company out with a press release earlier announcing government partnership and initial contract. That's RNET, Romeo November Echo Tango.
LX.
Alright, that came out okay. If you're still in, it could just continually fading down to 46 possibly. But
Coming up at 10:30, natural gas storage.
I'm not going to test it anymore. So it kind of met this area right
A
here
build of 36
at
BCF
46.20,
expected.
and that's pretty much all I was aiming for. It was a rough ride for sure. Especially when who said that? Drew said that it seems strong because SPY is going down and yet this one's holding. Yeah, it was, but this was a nice rejection right here. This was spooky, and the whole reason something like this would go something this way is mainly because there's no volume to show an exhaustion, but it was extended and it needed to pull back. So this was just me looking for a pullback, not for a full exhaustion, basically. Not exactly the easiest trade for sure. But, just commit to your strategy. Look for a support area, which you see right here, and just kind of just hope for it to just get close to it. I didn't get greedy. I got out at 46.24, and that's about it. But it has potential to go further. I mean, if you look at the 5-minute chart right here, it could go down to this area, the 46s or 46.03. It's a possibility. So Drew, you're not wrong for pointing that out. It's not nice to point out when I'm in it, but but facts are facts, and it is acting a bit strong. So guys, if you haven't already, it'll be awesome if you click that like. It keeps me doing this thing. Just a little extra stress during a trade, but it's all good. It just builds fortitude.
FRSX, Foresight Autonomous FRSX, a tweet out now.
Yeah, actually, Drew, I enjoy the ones that don't have the news, because then it would just be like a small catalyst.
Stereo vision for self-driving cars. That's FRSX.
I don't want something that's like a really strong news. If it is, then I really want a strong move.
Foxtrot Romeo Sandy X-ray.
I know you guys have a hard time hearing me over Charlie and Benzinga, but yeah, it's what was I saying? Yeah, different strategies for different situations. But this one, I think the news is right here. Wedbush lifts the price target to 52. So those are tricky to understand, because sometimes it doesn't matter what people think unless it's Carl Icahn or something. But CODX, guys. Charlie Oscar Delta X-ray.
LX.
Oh, I can't trade this one. LX is going down. FinTech. LX. There's a lot of volume right here on LX. Have to be careful because SPY's moving up after the strong move down, and this could be just relieving itself a little bit for another push down. Oh, it's been having 3 strong green
LX.
red down days. Yeah, this one's tricky, guys. I don't know. I kind of prefer, you guys already know, I prefer shorts than longs. Oh. Is LX a China stock? That's what Jeremy's pointing out. Yeah, LX is a Chinese stock. Oh.
CODX.
I guess you can call me racist when it comes to stocks. It's not racist if it's my own people. But it does look interesting down here. I don't know. HAL, is that Halliburton? Halliburton. I don't know. Yeah. For a long or a short? I really can't read it. Is it for a day trade? For short. I can't justify that one, honestly. No, as a trader, I'm really, well, in life and as trading, I'm really simple. I only have one main strategy. This one, I can't see it. Definitely doesn't fit my strategy. How would you justify this one as a short? That's what I'm wondering. Based on the daily chart? I'm not sure how to read it, honestly. Because you know how a lot of stocks tend to, once they create somewhat of a trend or a green candle, like right now, for it to go down 15 cents, what's the open? 13.95, to come back down is going to be a tricky situation. Daily chart, and it had an abysmal earnings 2 days back. Oh, I see. 2 days ago it had bad earnings and it still popped up, right? So the assumption is that it may actually have to come back down eventually. I see. Oh, okay. I'm not good at those. I really can't. I don't have an opinion on that, honestly. I'm bad at those. But I'll definitely be looking at it. See what happens. See how it works out. Look at LX. There's the pop. But you see how it... this is just me, okay? I have issues with stocks This is what I always see with bottom bounces. I remember Tim from Volatility Trading, they all say this in their team, stairs up, elevator down. So what's this elevator down, and then it took the stairs up, except for this pop right here, but the fact that it stalls on you, it makes you sweat before it goes up. And I haven't seen a pop like this in a while, but it's nice. That was a nice pop. Gets you really out of the hole. Either that or didn't give you a chance to enter. Morning. Yeah, it's a nice move. You can see the ramp in volume. Just two things. I'm not as comfortable with bottom bounces because of the overall scheme of things in the world, and like Jeremy said, this is a China stock. They can manipulate any which way they want with these. Yeah, Daniel, it looks like this morning a lot of stocks were struggling just to make a strong move. So it's hard to read, right? But it's okay, you know? Tomorrow's another day. There's always going to be news somewhere. So it looks like we kind of got lucky with Western Digital right here as it died off for a move on up. Yeah, I saw that CS40 Cisco pop, guys. Charlie Sierra, Charlie Oscar. Doji on top. Touched an area on the daily as well. This one doesn't look bad. This one does look catalyzed though, doesn't it? Definitely don't want to get faked into something just yet. So my wife is going to be baking something, so there could be noise in the background. Yeah, there it goes. Is it gonna go? Yeah, there it goes. It says the overhead resistance at 47.7. Yeah, that's a good area. But that doji, you can't. It may go to 47.7 for sure, but that doji though, right? Doodling. Haven't heard that word in a while.
Excel.
Excel. Peter on Cisco. Well, I would have gone out over here. That's me though, because I don't like holding my breath. Just like Les said, there's a strong resistance up top that it may want to test before it comes back down. So I wouldn't have. Let me. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me show you a chart here with less lines. So this is where we're at right now, and this is the area that I was interested in. So we knew that it was going to contend to this area, but then it could always come up to this area. And I don't see any news, but we know there is news. So notice how the volume, let's see. This amount of volume isn't that much as it's moving up. It's just moving. So if there was a lot of volume, it's hard to read whenever I spread out the chart. I'm more of like, I like to have a one-to-one. Yeah, it may test this area. It may go a little higher.
CPRT, mu. Excel.
So I really don't want to risk it when it moves like this, because it's not. There is an exhaustion right here, in which case I know it's going to move down pretty fast. In which case it didn't quite, right? But it could just continue on up, or it can go down. It's just hard to tell after this pump down. So that's pretty much it. My play-by-play would be, I should have gotten out over here. But if I'm not, at this moment, this doesn't look that bad, right? There's a rejection right there. Spies popped up and moved back down. And this one just dojied during this time right here. So I would try to get out while I can because the elasticity is disappearing, right? This blue line is getting way too close. Just don't get greedy. I mean, that's what I continue to always tell myself, because sometimes it will just do a home run and come all the way down to 50% on the Fibonacci or something. I don't really want to hold my breath for that. And if it does work out, it could it could turn into a bad habit. Whereas I believe everything will do that, and then you'll fail boat whenever it actually happens. So don't want to be that guy, you know? Hey Gabriel, hey, very welcome Peter. I'm gonna be live in the mornings going forward. Yeah, I think so. I've just been messing around with Lightspeed and just trying to get comfortable again. I'm not gonna be comfortable until I get my payout from TradeNet. So I know my mindset isn't where it's supposed to be, because it's going to take a while for the payout to come around, in which case I can start breathing again. Peter, do I usually aim for 50% fallback? That would be pretty much like a Fibonacci retracement, right? That they go by the 50. No, I don't. I generally don't, unless it's going to be like a pop straight up. Like say a 1 minute candle went from 46 or 46.8 all the way to 47.5 in less than 1 minute. Then maybe it'll pull back down to 33 and 1/3 or 50%. Big Boy Blue, would you jump back in onto Cisco at when it? Yeah, I can see that. Good morning, Michael. Looking at WDC now, would you consider that ramp on the
CPRT.
2 and 5 minute chart? Oh, okay, 2 minute, just to clean things up, right? No, I wouldn't. This ramp right here? Hold on, let me just make it bigger. You're talking about this ramp? Well, I mean, if I'm just looking at volume and not the chart itself, this looks pretty interesting, right? But this should be showing the chart moving down sharply, right? And this one isn't. This one is just a pullback. So this actually suggests, I guess you're asking, would I actually enter at this pullback for a move back up, right? That's what you're asking. Would you consider that ramp on the 2 minute? Yeah, personally I don't, because I'm really one tracked. You know, I'm really set in my ways. This actually, you have a really good point there. This will actually really suggest that this pullback is done and it's going to move on up. But I'm not a pullback breakout trader, so I don't do these. But that is a beautiful shape right there on the ramp here, showing more and more resistance as it moves down. And then when we look at the candles, it does actually abide by that, and it's rebounding a bit. But you know, I think there are some people with OCD wanting it to reach 47, as it reached only 46.98. So then the idea is touch 47, see what happens. Maybe it breaks out, maybe it doesn't. And I really can't tell that. So if I were a pullback trader, maybe this is a good setup based on the volume, but it's not a great setup because we need to see what happens at 47. But yeah, maybe the best thing to do would be to enter at that area of interest. I guess it would have been down here when I exited. A pullback trader should have entered. There's the breakout. So yeah, it worked out fine. But you know, I've seen too many of those that fail. And you know, you have to look at the 2s and 5s to get a clean look. Whereas the 1s, it doesn't look very clean at all. So that's what I see. But you know, what do I know? I'm not a pullback breakout trader. See right there? If you're a scalper, maybe, but now it finished itself off and it went back down. So yeah, I've seen too many of these just fail sometimes, especially when the market is not as optimistic as it is right now in the overall scheme of things. Big Boy Boo says, nothing stopped me, so I get out at conservatives. I was talking about not looking for home runs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, as newer traders, when we see home runs, it's so discouraging, right? Because newer traders tend to get out too early, and then we see home runs all the time. Well, not all the time, maybe less than 25% of the time, but sometimes they come in batches where you start getting really irritated by the market going without you, and then we change our strategy a little bit to get more and more greedy, and then one day it's going to trap you. That's how I feel all the time, because I know I'm a pessimist like that. Look at CSCW just go sideways like that. That's just annoying. I mean, CSCO. Okay, so it's probably gonna try for him to move back up. Look at LX. Look at this ridiculousness. Do I have two trade? I do. I'm logged into my Thinkorswim twice. That's why there was an echo. Good morning, Pop Kitchen. I can't trade today as I am outside. Well, get back inside. What are you doing outside? COVID's gonna get you, Peter. I mean, Pop Kitchen. Peter says Cisco had a small run up. Yeah. I don't know if that's small. It's pretty big here. Let's see what happens. It still has a chance of moving down. It just could be just playing dead for a little bit. Big Boy Blue says it's weird because books often tell you to go for them home runs and get that huge risk. Yeah, of course. It's easier to talk about to type about or write about how things go perfect. I mean, put in perspective, if they say keep going for home runs, oh, because they want that risk reward. You know, honestly, I would leave that to I don't want to say the more experienced traders, but yeah, it really comes down to your personality. The home runs for risk reward really works out for breakout trades. And with breakout trades, you have to have a lot of its instinct, just jumping in
IAA.
and hoping it goes the right way. And when it does go the right way, then you're gonna have a very high reward compared to the risk that you took. But you'll get stopped out a lot with breakouts because it may not go the right way initially. That's why you got that the three bar strategy now, because we want that pullback before the breakout, which in fact is a counter trade, but it's just a different kind, right? So it just depends on how you see it. My risk reward is not good, but the chances of success is very high. That's why I initially wanted newer traders to adopt this strategy. And then once you get comfortable with the market using this strategy, because you're successful majority of times, then possibly go elsewhere and look for your niche. Look for something that's comfortable. I'm not gonna toot and say that the counter trend is the ultimate way, because it's not. My risk reward sucks, but my success rate is very high. That's just about it. Hey, morning Tim, you're done already. Volatility trading just trades everything in the morning and he's done. No, nothing really good. Just a WDC, Western Digital. I made a little bit here, and pretty much calling it, I think. I'm just looking at everything else. Oh, you did? Awesome. You got Cisco as well? Great. Cisco's being a little tricky for some people that are still in. I would say my risk reward is less than 1-to-1. Yeah, I can totally see how it could be a break even unless you get out fast, like really fast, when it got close to the blue line. If you wanted more, it'll come back. This one is not normal, in my opinion. This doesn't happen all the time. Yeah, Fabio, my risk reward is theoretically 1-to-1, but oftentimes I get out before that. If I abide by the ramp in volume and the parabolic move, then I could possibly get a 1-to-1 ratio if wherever I, depending on where I set my stop, and hopefully it moves fast. But if it moves slow, I'll get out whenever I get a chance, because things start looking trickier, just like WDC, right? Big Boy Blue asks, do you think counter trend requires more discipline than trend? I guess it depends on your how you envision discipline. Because if you're going to stay in the stock longer, that takes a lot of discipline, right? And people always link discipline with patience. So if you're a trend trader, there are two kinds I've seen. If you're like a beginner, I see a lot of people get in and walk away, and they don't want to look at it anymore because they don't want to get scared of the market, and then they come back and they're happy that the trend worked out. That is like out of sight, out of mind kind of foolishness, but it works for some people. I don't know if you would call that discipline, right? And then there's the other kind that stays in there and just waits patiently, watching everything, trying their best to hold on. Um, that takes a lot of discipline, but with counter trend, um, the majority of the discipline is execution. Try to get in at a good price, and once you figure out how to do that based on the price action and being patient for that entry, then you that's where all the discipline is, because everything else is just watching it go, stay green, and get out when you can. So the discipline lies in two different areas depending on the strategy, I think. Yeah, Tim, the volatility is low today. So today's not your day, obviously, hence your name. Not my day either. There's Cisco. Finally it dies. I think it was SPY helping right here. What? How much volume did it take to get? Yeah, that's quite some volume there. This kind of volume makes me uncomfortable, right? Because this may suggest that it doesn't like that move as much as we'd hope. But it is somewhat of a breakdown. Chickens. Speaking of which, I'm down to one chicken. I need to get another chicken. A lot of ranging charts, like what? Big Blue, Big Boy Blue. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just wondering which ones you're talking about. Or are you saying like a lot of them are not so great? I thought CFDs have pretty good what do you call them? Tradables? Which platform are you using? Big Boy Blue? Are you still using TradeNet? Seems like the one that has the most tradables is Interactive Broker. Jeremy has Interactive Broker. I think he primarily uses his Lightspeed. I'm really interested, but I did notice when I was researching how Ross Cameron was saying how it messed him over. MT5. Oh, cool. Oh, cool, Peter. You can give me a detailed report about it as you use it. Worst charts? Does it? Is it slow? I noticed that Thinkorswim is a little slow, but the charting is good, you know. Ironically, when I start trading one from the other, sometimes charts that go too fast make me uncomfortable. It's all about cadence. Hey, how's it going, Raphael? CMEG? Wing right now? Wing pop. Whoa, that's an expensive one. Okay. Dead all day. And then it decides to pop. We're talking about like really dead. $200 volume, 1,000 volume, and then this pop. Oh. Break through the daily of 146.13. And it's probably going to come down. But look at the spread. The 60-cent spread. I can't. I just gotta avoid this one today. It looks okay, but it's very, very. It looks pretty tricky. Well, that's a good question, Big Boy Blue. Is it easy to switch over? It should be, right? You just call them and ask to go from per share to per trade. Do they have a per trade? Okay. Yeah, I don't think I noticed that either. But who said that they were going to try to go to CMEG? Peter? No, not Peter. Oh, Big Boy Blue. You may want to check out Volatility Trading. He has that. I think he has a promotion or a coupon code for CMEG, right? Tim, do you have something that can lower the CMEG commissions a bit? Tim V. What does the V stand for? Is that your last name? What's your last name, Tim? So we can dox you. Ve Vecchioni. Is that Italian? Vecchioni? That's a cool mob name. Tim Vecchioni. Tim Volatility Vecchioni. I almost want to just call you Vinny. Vinny Vecchioni. Yo, Vecchi E-O Vecchioni. No, I don't think you're saying it right, Tim. I think I'm right. You better you may want to ask your ancestors again. Peter, you have a mob boss dog named Vinny. That's cool. Vinny and Pat. Yeah, I think if I ever pick up coaching again, I may resort to see Meg. Vinny the Chin Puccini. My family actually Americanized it. Oh. Also, I could be right, huh? Just messing with you, man. Chihuahuas, those are the dangerous ones. Vescioni, okay. That sounds cool too. Vescioni. Alex has CMEG, not a lot of shortables. Small caps are always tricky. Vescioni. Not a lot of them are. I know. I thought Thinkorswim would have been good for it. I know E-Trade is. At least back in the days. Is E-Trade still around? You don't hear about him anymore. Those talking baby commercials. Yeah, E-Trade's still around. I used to love E-Trade's platform. The way it looks. That's why all my charts have a tinge of blue in it. It's all because I'm just trying to simulate my original E-Trade account a long time ago. Morning, Memphis Tiger Blue. Drew, Fire Medic Drew is talking about WDC again. Yeah, it's back up. It's not. It's up there, but yeah, this one. That's what's going on with a lot of them right now, except for bottom bounces. Um, but according to the only review I saw was Ross's, and his title was why he would never use interactive brokers again is because he got stalled into a trade for like 30 seconds or something. I don't know. I wasn't listening, but all I heard, all I got was it's slow. Sometimes it'll give you a horrible entry. You know, day trader's worst nightmare. One of them. One of many. Let's see. Good morning, Jorge. Trade Zero is a U.S. broker? I didn't know that. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I hear a lot of mixed reviews between interactive brokers being fast. I've, I've had some friends tell me that Thinkorswim is fast, and I know Karnan would mention that if Thinkorswim is slow, you don't have your settings correct. Um, I don't know. I've actually funded my Thinkorswim a little bit, and that's why I've been asking about if it's nice, because I haven't pulled a single trigger on my Thinkorswim. Hey Brian, I think your name's Brian, right? LA2BKK. The main issue I have with Thinkorswim isn't before even taking an execution, is just the setup. I can't get it set up like my Lightspeed or TradeNet, or you know, I have a specific setup. With this one, it's like you know, you got all these different ways of, and I don't know how to deal with this here. I know I can make hot buttons, but I really don't know how to do this. This is very similar to what I saw on TradeNet, where they have that new platform that everyone was telling me was great for scalping, but I tried it out and I saw this same setup and I just can't get myself to try it. Oh, look at Wing. Oh wait, never mind. Did it come back down? Yeah, this is... It was done right by the time I got down on the first. And then a little bit more. This is just kind of scary, because you know the spreads may have caught you in for a little bit of a ride. Thanks, Peter. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, please click the like. It helps out the algorithm. Not that I really care to make my channel that big. I like my smaller family. It keeps the haters out a little bit, but it's all good. It really helps out the, you know, I get to take my wife out once a month and risk COVID. Thanks, guys. Les says, I think Thinkorswim can freeze. See these nightmare stories. Okay, when I said nightmare and then Les says freeze. Forget about slow. What about freezing? Memphis Tiger Blue. I know we spoke about hotkeys in the past. I would like to bounce some settings off you for light speed regarding counter trend. Not many people use light speed. Jeremy uses it. I think. Really, not a lot of people use light. I guess not a lot of newer people use light speed. The hotkeys. I don't use hotkeys though, unless you're suggesting me try it out. I can't do it. Once I have hotkeys, then all of a sudden I feel like my keyboard is hot, meaning that I can't even rest my fingers on the keyboard in fear that my heavy hand may push the right buttons to execute something. You know what I mean? I much more prefer my right hand only do all the heavy lifting and trading, the heavy work. Alex says Thinkorswim loves to lag. Scary stuff. Thinkorswim freezes in the morning. Okay, you guys are just freaking me out now. I may take some time off of this Thinkorswim and go try out the they have another great thing about Thinkorswim is that paper trade portion. I may try that and see what it's like. Let me close this trade thing before I get in trouble. Okay. Graph pop. What is up with all these pops? Oh, all of these dark blue ones are pops, I think. Or they were pops. Oh, not all of them. Graph. Just graph. These are just old. Alex says you should open a CMEG account with DAS. Very similar to Trina, except you don't get errors when trying to use limit orders. Yeah, maybe I will. But I already have. I could just transfer some funds out of Thinkorswim and just put in CMEG. But I'll wait until I could possibly start a coaching thing. I just need to get the paperwork and stuff. Just legal documents. I think I have about 10 people that contacted me and showing interest in me coaching them. I think it'll be fun. It doesn't look like this COVID pandemic is going away anytime soon. So I'm pretty sure my dog training will be suspended for quite a while. So I'll just be in front of the computer trading. Yeah, I noticed. By Pfizer, right? Alex? But they're just still going to be any of you guys interested in being one of the first people to try out that vaccine? Les, he said, I like to, but I don't think I have the bankroll for your type of trading. And that's, Les, that is exactly why I opened up a trade net. Because I wanted my my buying power to be similar to all my students. If I used my light speed, then 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 I would say what you're saying is appropriate. I mean, not appropriate, but very on point. But the whole reason I got the TradeNet was mainly so I can show everybody that I don't have to draw down $4,000. I mean, I can profit a lot by having only a $4,000 drawdown. That was the whole point of it. I mean, if I use my light speed and I have, I don't know, like say over $300,000 buying power, then I could still say I'm using only this much, but then you can argue that, but you have this much to lose and you'll still be okay. But if I use TradeNet and I say I only have a $4,000 drawdown, then you can probably kind of relate to me a little bit better, right? All right, take care, Peter. Yeah, so by the end, Les, like you noticed, I bumped my package from student to, was it expert? Mainly because I wanted my 5%. What kills me on TradeNet is every time I want a payout, I have to get a percentage of my profit, right? Whereas if I only trade it in my Lightspeed, I get 100%. So it really hurts when I see them take over $1,000 every month because I'm using their platform. But the point is, TradeNet was for me to be more relatable to the newer trader. And in the beginning, I was only risking 100. But as I grew with my clients, well, not real clients, my family friends, they were able to risk as much as I was. And at the end, having over $10,000 profit, they were able to risk the same amount. Our confidence grew together. So I was able to, so I noticed it's easier to coach when I'm like one-to-one with them and I see exactly what they're doing. They share with me every trade they do, and I can tell them, exactly why I would or wouldn't have done what they did. So just put it in perspective. If I start over with CMEG, it'll be the same thing. We're not going to aim for $1,000. We're aiming for $10, $20 for a long time until we start growing. Yeah, exactly, Tim. It's just scaling. But a lot of people can't do that. They just tend to feel like they need to make a lot of money. And I get that too. Like whenever I expose to somebody, when they ask me about dog training and I tell them that I don't make a lot of money, and then they're wondering how do I even survive dog training because I'm always working with shelter dogs. Then I just say, well, I'm a day trader. I'll just blurt it out. And then all of a sudden their eyes light up and they say, well, then are you rich? I'm not going to tell them I'm rich. No. And so I say no, and they're like, oh, well, yeah, that's expected, because then I kind of want to tell them off and say, well, I'm actually pretty successful, but I'm not going to say anything. Immediately when you tell anybody you're a trader, they assume you have to be rich, right? And it's just cringy to even admit, even if you are rich. Why would you tell anybody, why would you? And then they're going to think that even me charging them $80 a day for their dog is too much. Well, you don't even need my money, right? It's just money is just messes everything up. We go by points or ratios. So start off small. A $10 win is a win. And then next month, $20 win is a big win. Next month is $40. Next month's $80, and then you get the idea. I'm ranting now. Les says so 4K would be the hack around and learn minimum. Well, I mean 4K. I wouldn't use the intro package because it's the drawdown on the intro is only $700, I don't. You could have a horrible week and just lose it. So that's why I chose the student package. Definitely don't want to lose more than $1,000 right off the start. Big Boy Blues, I'm pointing out PayPal with a triangle setup. I would say what you do consider rich. What do you? Oh, I would say what, what do you consider rich? Yeah, that's true. It's all. And I know I sound very cringy whenever I'm struggling, because I'm not, like, I think a part of I'm probably the most unstable trader you'll ever meet. I haven't met anybody that would openly tell you that they're they're bipolar, right? How many traders that are successful do you know will tell you that they're depressed? And then if you're a new trader, then you're probably assuming, why the hell, for what reason at during this time do I have any right to be depressed if I'm making money while everybody's suffering? You know? Well, because to me, money isn't rich. I need to feel like I'm beneficial to the community. I actually really feel like I need to be of some worth. Otherwise, me breathing just means nothing. Like the fact that I can enable myself to help my students, and then I transfer to dogs. I see myself always helping. Look at Graph, guys. Just look at that thing just die off. This is the only stock that actually died off today appropriately. And when I see how many dogs I helped, my life feels so much better than just sitting in front of a computer trying to make money. Money can. I'm not going to lie and say money doesn't give happiness. Money can pay for your health. Money can pay for my freedom to help dogs. But the point is, in the end, when you get that money, then it's really not as important as you think it is. So I'm not the one chasing a number like a lot of other people. Like some people say my number is 10 million when they're a trader. They'll never be satiated. They'll never be happy. My number has always been easy, 1 million. I don't even need 2 or 3. One is enough. I can. How many dogs can I save with 1 million? That's all I see. That's all I see. Yeah, exactly, Tim. You just do what you think helps, and then happiness is literally just to me is being healthy, living a good life with my wife, and having a clear conscience, mainly a clear conscience. So. Oh, save is nice. Sierra Alpha Victor Echo. Thanks, Bala. So I know when I say, I know when I complain about my life, it's cringy to a lot of you. My wife told me that. So it's not appropriate to talk about my struggles during this time. And she's right. It's not. Look at save, guys. It's too late for me to post it in the Discord. Thanks, Boo Boo Blue. But you know, as a guy, once I start talking, then I feel guilty because it just, you know, we're not supposed to share our emotions. That's not very manly. Save. Save was pretty. Save maybe. You're welcome, Fabio. But I mean, this is just me, okay? I mean, everybody's different. I know a lot of you that are in trading are very stable. Thanks, Learn Vietnamese. What is your name, by the way? I tried to find your channel, Learn Vietnamese, and there's so many different ones named Learn Vietnamese. I can't seem to identify your channel. Yeah, Big Boy Blue, but the problem with that is when everybody starts sharing, then it gets like too mushy. It's just too much. You ever get into the yen? Oh, nice to meet you, Yen. Yen. That's like such an appropriate name for a Chinese person in trading, since yen is money. And the irony about me is that when I see on TV, you know, that circle where everyone starts sharing their thoughts, I get pissed off. I really look at them and think how you know, I started saying to myself, you don't have friends to talk to? Why do you have to talk to a bunch of strangers? But you know, I understand. They all have the same trauma. Nah, I can't handle mush. I just can't do it. It's the guilt. You know, it's the I don't know, maybe it's an Asian thing, but it's that guilt. Like, you don't share your thoughts. It's inappropriate. That's probably why I got so many issues. Just the fact that we don't share our thoughts. Wing is dying off. Let me double check whatever happened to. Let's see, Cisco. Did Cisco ever die off? No, it actually went back up. Look at that thing. Yeah, I agree, Big Boy Blue, that I do have a therapist. Feel sorry for him having to listen to me. YouTube almost blocked your comment, Tim, about Cisco being ugly, and asked me if I wanted to show or hide it. Because, you know, you don't call tickers ugly. That's inappropriate, Tim. Maybe if you say it's pretty ugly, maybe it'll bypass the... Hey, I'm in. Yeah, 1 million is good. It'll last a long time. You know, you get to chill for a little bit. It'll pay off a lot of things. You know, it's obtainable. Welcome to the free world. Not anymore, right? It's the world of cancel culture, the Me Too. It's the world of you know, If you're an extreme non-racist, then you're racist. Hey, look at that! It actually bypassed it, Tim. It didn't get blocked. There you go. So if you ever need to like ridicule a ticker and call it bad names, put pretty in front of it. Um, save. Miss save. Finally one that worked. Yeah, it's. I think when the the day starts off like this, we don't have much confidence in anything else, right? I think so, Tim. I mean, if you call something pretty and then you say it's ugly, then it kind of cancels each other out. I don't know. Or maybe it's because I accepted the first one, so you can say whatever you want now. But somebody already cussed and I accepted it, so I'm probably going to be demonetized on this one. It's okay. Save looked like it would have been a good short. It did. It really did. Tim found it on his intensity stock watch probably. It popped up, and so the reset was right here, right? And then it was a good support area. You know, of course I wouldn't have held it there. I probably would have gone out probably over here, because I'm bad at holding trades. But yeah, it looked good. I missed it. If I entered save, it would probably be on the way down. Like probably 17. So for me, I may have gotten 10 cents, a good 10 cents. And then, you know, someone like Jeremy may have gotten it down here because he's able to hold it longer. Yeah, I'm always looking at the 1 minute, especially when things move that fast. I don't want to. I noticed, Tim, that you used the 2 minute, but of course you're always aiming for the top, and I can't use the 2 minute if I'm going to be late. You know, if I'm going to wait for a signal, I can't look at the 2 minute. That's for sure. Oh, cool. Michael says he lost 70% of his customers. Wow, that's a lot. Okay, let me I need to call my manager, see what's going on. So Michael, are you located in the US? Did you do your payout yet? Are you like me? Just all right, you're with me. Yeah, so we're, you know, skin of our teeth, just hoping. Oh, not yet. You haven't. I already did mine. I'll let you know if it goes through. I need to make a video about it, but you know, I'm lazy. Which one? Big Boy Blue? GDX. Yeah, it's tradable. Oh, it's a ETF. It's gold. No, I don't. I can't trade ETFs very well. They seem to be more of like a Bollinger Band play. They don't really signal very well for me. But give me a second, guys. If you haven't already, click the like because it's good karma. But give me a few minutes. There's some arm wrestling drama going on. So in Texas, I'm in charge of the rankings. Not yeah, I was in charge of the rankings, and now some people have changed the rules, and they're really angry, and I'm stuck in the middle, like I really care. So I'll be right back, guys. Oh, view from Jay is: do you think it would be okay to purchase a trading account if you're outside? I think so. But let me talk to my manager and see how much pain they're in, because with if they're hurting a lot, then they could be vulnerable. I never thought they would be, because there are a lot of people in the UK and Australia. At least from what I've noticed in my analytics, it seems like a lot of people are from outside the US using TradeNet. But I would definitely see what's going on before. But I do like TradeNet's platform. It's kind of cool. And CFDs do go through immediate because they're not trying to remove shares or from the market. So it's interesting how it works. Yeah, Michael, let me check my manager and see what's going on. 70% is a lot. Well, the main issue about the view from Jay, the main issue is that the U.S. My assumption is that the U.S. Regulators, SEC, we have something called the SEC that controls the market or creates the rules. The CFDs were always banned in the U.S., so that's the main issue. In the UK or Europe and Australia, CFDs are perfectly fine, and from what I hear, it's normal. So that's the main issue here. So if CFDs were always accepted in Europe and Australia, the SEC regulators in the US have no control of what happens outside of the world, outside of the US. Yeah, it should be completely safe in Singapore or wherever you're from, view from Jay. So that's the main issue. But of course, if Michael did mention that his manager lost 70% of his clients, so it's very possible that this company is hurting a little bit more than they've ever hurt before. I know that SureTrader got closed down, the one that Ross Cameron used for his $500 challenge. So and that was CFD as well, I think. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I could be wrong. But SureTrader did turn into F1 trading, which is CFDs. Yeah. And F1 is CFD, so I would be worried about them too. So only if you're in the US. That's what I'm trying to get at. Anything CFD related within the US should be. I don't know about CMEG. CMEG is located in Trinidad, but they are trading shares, so I don't see anything wrong with that. The main issue I think, is that the US doesn't want anybody in the US to not have liquidity in the market. We want our market to be strong. And by using CFDs, we're not adding or removing liquidity. We're just a simulation mirror, That's the main issue. So, yeah, hope that helps. People, yeah, the buying power of CFDs are great because I know TradeNet is great. CMEG is pretty good. It's 5-1. It's not 20-1, but it's 5-1, which is better than Lightspeed's 4-1. Yeah, when I heard about CMEG, I'm thinking to myself, why am I using Lightspeed? Well, it's just the comfort knowing that it's located inside the U.S. And other than that, I don't know. Tim. I'm almost number one. We'll see. I'm getting too old for this. Why CMEG and not Trade Zero? I don't know much about Trade Zero to tell you honestly. All I know is that a lot of people in social media, like Tim, is using CMEG and his shares, and not CFDs. Is Trade Zero shares as well? I'm gonna look it up right now. It says stocks. I'm already seeing stocks, and it looks like this is the same platform. Is it DOS? It's very locate heavy. Oh, okay. Are you able to locate with CMEG? These questions are coming in. Oh, you can. So, according to Tim, which you can't trust because he is affiliated with CMEG, um, it's a CMEG is better due to its locates. What? Costs $25 on top of per share? Okay, well that's a. I've never had to do locates honestly. Um, I guess I have inadvertently, just not knowing what it's called because I'm retarded like that. Let me see. Paid orders. What is that? Paid orders limit market. Oh, okay. Never mind. That's pink sheet. Whatever that is. I'm just reading. I'm just reading this right now. Yeah, CMEG is stocks. That's why we're talking about it, Michael. So yeah, I've seen a lot of good things about CMEG, but yeah, I'll definitely look into Trade Zero. Also, there's that what was it? Trade Equity. There's another one that's somebody asked me to check out. Was it Trade Equity? I don't remember. There was another one. Okay, I'll figure it out. But give me a few minutes, guys. I'm gonna have to talk to somebody real fast.
GNPX. GNPX. Tub. AMD. Tub. QFIN. tub, 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 DHI, Tur.
Okay. Let's see. Pterodine, TER. Candles within the candle. It's moving down possibly to this like 87, 84 area on the 15-minute chart maybe.
Tur.
Kind of here. You guys see that? And then there's a wick all the way down to here. There's quite some ways though. So we'll see. BCOV. Nice pop, consolidate. 13, yeah, 13 looks good. 1266 and then 13.
Echo.
Oh. Love. Southwest Airline. Lima Uniform Victor. Interesting shape here. Love is looking nice. It's at an area on the daily. Yeah, it's at a good area on the daily. Very close to 34 here.
Love.
Nice volume too. Guys, love looks okay. Looks like it may go soon. Very close to 34, so if you do take it, possibly watch out for that 34 area as a stop, but it's going now. There it goes. Okay. Touch to 9, and that's pretty much all I want on this, on anything right now. Don't want to give back.
Echo.
And of course, it's going to go a little bit more because it was extended. Very nice. Just put in perspective the 5 minute. It could come down to here, 33.50s. But you know, nice. It's probably the cleanest move, cleanest shape today that I've seen so far. You know, if only I could hold my breath longer. Drew shorted UAL, so this is just a sympathy play along with the rest of the airlines, I guess. Let me see what AAL looks like. Oh yeah, AAL did the same thing. UAL, yeah. So it's airline, is the airline play. Airlines getting back into formation for coming turbulence. Whatever the heck that means.
CDEV, Centennial Resources, popping here to the high. Charlie Delta Echo Victor. OPTT, Ocean Power Technology, near $1 now, up 33% on OPTT. PINC, Premier Inc. recommends FDA and DEA reforms to prevent drug shortages. Papa
BNTX.
India, November Charlie. PINC. It shares just off the highs at 35.30, up 1.5% now for PINC.
Cree.
The Hill reporting that Republican Senator Romney says he will oppose the nomination of Judy Shelton to the Fed board. LUV, Southwest Airlines, on their conference call says expects 2021 cost savings to be more than $1 billion. That's Lima Uniform Victor. Shares of Moderna off the lows now, $77.98, hit a low of $76. Russia's Putin and Trump held phone conversation, discussed strategic stability and arms control, discussed Iran's nuclear program. That from the Kremlin.
The chat room did really well on mRNA. CS40 called out this one right here. I think he did. mRNA dump. I didn't quite catch that one. These are a little bit trickier, right? Because this is a 1 minute trigger right here. You're not going to wait for this 1 minute trigger. So you're just going to have to trust its movement and enter when you can. Drew asks, airline doesn't make sense. Well, there was the news I mentioned earlier. They're just optimistic, I guess. It's just, all about optimism. But you're right, it doesn't make sense. Look at mRNA. A lot of times these things that go down really fast almost get a full recovery. Okay, I'm just gonna let this run, guys. I'm gonna do some cardio, and I'm pretty much done for today. But I'm gonna leave the scanners for you guys, and if you want more ideas of trades, you should check out the Discord app, because there's a lot of them always looking out for something. Right here. So I'm up a little over 1,300 right here, and
FVAC.
that's pretty good enough for me today. Perhaps if I weren't up that much, I would have attempted mRNA. I didn't quite get a chance to see it in time, though, honestly. It probably moved too fast for me. But that's why the Discord app is helpful, because this one has no lag. It's just a bunch of people, traders like us, typing it in. Okay, be right back, guys. Very welcome, Les. Thanks, Yen.
AEFC, Aegon files for potential mixed shelf size not disclosed. Alpha, Echo Foxtrot Charlie. Jim Cramer tweeting by
Nail.
valet for Musk and nickel if you want a stock. VALE. The Washington Redskins changed their name to the Washington Football Team until an official announcement.
PHM.
CDC says this week's National Ensemble forecast predicts there will be likely between 160 and 175,000 total reported COVID-19 deaths by August 15th. China Global Times editor says, based on what I know, China will announce countermeasure on Friday, Beijing time. One U.S. consulate in China will be asked to close. China forced to take the reciprocal measure, if not, would cause serious consequences. CDC also ensemble forecast says number of new COVID deaths over the next 4 weeks will likely exceed the last 4 weeks. XPL, Solitario Zinc, getting a pop here. XPL, X-ray Papa Lima. Getting some chat room mention on XPL. LUV, Southwest Air. Southwest says it expects 2020 operating expenses to be down over $2.7 billion,
OPK.
including the benefit of fewer fuel gallons consumed. MARA, Marathon Patent Group, getting a pop here. Michael Alpha, Romeo Alpha. Company announcing an offering of 5.3 million shares, filing earlier on MARA. AAPL, Apple, New York Post reporting a little earlier that the company's delaying the launch event for their new 5G iPhones, AAPL. That delay until the latter half of October, according to the New York Post. LUV Southwest says terms of U.S. government loans are very onerous, would rather avoid taking them. Says does not need to make fundamental changes to its fleet strategy at this time. That's LUV Southwest. BOXL Boxlight government contract for audiovisual equipment upgrade and installation. BOXL. CBAY, Simba Bay, price raised from $6 to $10 at Oppenheimer. Charlie Bravo Alpha Yankee. BOXL box light hitting 323 now. BOXL.
EQT.
Axios says Apple facing multi-state consumer protection probe, AAPL. Texas Attorney General may sue Apple for violating the state's deceptive trade practices and law in connection with multi-state investigation. BOXL continued to make new highs on that contract award. BOXL.
DNKN.
ABUS files for confidential treatment with the SEC regarding Moderna. That's Airbus, Arbutus Biopharma, ABUS, with a CT order being filed. ABUS.
TER. Tur. Tur. CTXS.
NKTX and Carta Inc. 13D filing out. November Kilo Tango X-ray. New Enterprise Associates 15 reporting a 9.5% stake in NKTX. That's in a 13D filing.
CTXS. JDST. JDST-AEM.
ARCT, Alpha Romeo Charlie Tango. Times of Israel says Israel expected to ink deal with U.S. firm developing COVID-19 vaccine with Arcturus Therapeutics that being circulated now, dated
Squawk.
today. That's Alpha Romeo Charlie Tango, ARCT. Shares of Arcturus Therapeutics getting a pop here off the lows, 55.01 now, ARCT.
SIL, JDST, POS, TER, AEM, SIL, POS, SIL, JDXJ, GDX, AEM, GFI, EQX, SAND, GDX, JDST, SNAP,
Hey guys, so you probably hear my trade ideas start shouting out a lot of trades. You could tell from starting from since 12 o'clock. Other than love, what's going on with love? Oh, big tank on love. Okay, but it was going up at 12. What? Oh, that's the one we took actually. Never mind. But by 1 o'clock, everything's starting to tank. You can tell right here. This thing is signaling that the market's going down. And you can tell just by looking at the SPY. When this happens, guys, this is what I was talking about, when not to trade in the video of how to how to trade better. When the market starts tanking like this, and then the scanners start just spitting out a whole bunch of one direction tickers, in this case a whole bunch of red tickers, unless sometimes it's green because it's VIX or TVIX or something related to SPY itself, this is when I don't trade, because we're relatively looking this is all related to SPY, so I don't trade this because it could just continue on down. There's no way of me finding out or foretelling when the wind's going to blow the other way. So unless there's a stock that isn't an ETF or Direxion that is going the opposite direction because of positive news at this moment, I wouldn't trade anything else. Hope that makes sense, guys.
PROG,
JDST.
reaches resolution with the government.
See, JDST is another example of a Direxion, though. So yeah, this one actually did look okay. This was not tradable for me, though. Is this Direxion? Yeah. This is Direxion. So basically, this is, you could tell, you see that little dip right there on the red? Ah, Charlie. See this little dip right here on the red? Basically, that's SPY. You could see that. Why is this not overlay? See how SPY right now is reversing a little bit, and this is reversing. So basically, this is the opposite of this. If this goes down, this goes up. So that's all there really is to it. This was nice though. You can see the parabolic move and all that. A lot of times this doesn't happen with ETFs and Direxions, in my opinion. Apple. Oh, okay. So maybe there was news in relation to this one, but it's hard to tell because it's overshadowed by all of these right here. I don't know. This looks pretty tricky to me, though. Oh, you're saying there's just news. You're not saying it's tradable. Yeah. So there's that, guys. Say Apple had positive news and it was going opposite direction, then it will pop out and it'll actually look really good to me because the wind's blowing it against me. If Apple decides to go parabolic and it has a ramp in volume, all it takes is another gust of wind downwards for it to just pop down. But that's what I mean by why I wouldn't trade at this time, because of this. This isn't that bad. I mean, there has been times when SPY wouldn't let up on its direction, and you'll see the counters just these charts just continually spit out tickers. Oh, you're saying Apple may have impacted the market? Yeah, possibly. I mean, at least one side of the market. That part of the market, yeah. Yeah, hopefully we have a more volatile morning. So today is down. It's not bad. The day's not over. There's 2 more hours, but the volume, you can tell the volume is right here, right? There have been days with a lot more volume, and it's all COVID related. Right now we're kind of right here. Let's see. Yeah, look at this. These days were awesome, right? In March. So right now we're in this, we're pretty much down at the bottom area of volume wise. Interesting. Never bothered looking at it that way, but if we're talking about volatility, usually generally we want a lot of volume, and it's kind of down there. A green day is always a good day. There's always something, right? It's just a matter of just being patient. These days would have to be patient. If I traded smaller, if I was on TradeNet, I'd probably be up maybe 300 or something, or not even. Nothing looked that great. I think I kind of took a risk on WDC. Right? I mean, hindsight, if I held it, it would have been a home run. But everything's a home run if you're trying to short something from the morning. But you never know what's going to happen, right? That's not foretelling the future, unless maybe someday, but not yet. How many cents? A few. Let's see. See, 40 something cents on WDC. Actually added in this one, and then and a nice bit on love. Altogether, a little over 1,300. This is light speed. So if this was a TradeNet, I'd probably be up over 500. That's relatively 1.5 to 2 times. I trade a little bit heavier. I'm always kind of at the edge of my threshold. I mean, it's not like trading is ever comfortable, right? So I'm really like, there are some people out there that can talk while they trade. You've seen me talk in my old trades when I was 4 or 5 years ago.
Sill.
I can't do that anymore because I trade heavier nowadays.
Sill.
And I traded a lot. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking back then, honestly.
Pause.
Anybody else out there having a good day today?
AEM.
I know it's rough. In my opinion, right now, a good day is maybe 0. Just not being a red day.
SVM.
That's fine, Daniel. If I were having followers, like my father's friends follow me,
AG.
I probably may have not taken any trades either.
AHPI.
Because I'm always looking for perfection. There's a lot of additional weight on you to find the best things, not just for a green day, but just to have their mindset correct. Once you get looser and it works out, you have your clients getting looser and thinking everything like that will work out. I don't want them to get into that mindset. So you gotta, stay real tight. Still stay real strict with your discipline. And then, that's how I'm pretty much adopted that 1 or 2 or maybe 3 trades, because finding a perfect trade is damn near impossible. You almost have to give yourself a little bit of slack and say, this one looks decent. Let's take it, you know. Oh, you took mRNA, Michael? Yeah, is that the one that CS40? Yeah, I don't know where I was when this happened. I wasn't here, but it was nice. Notice this one, it would be impossible to get triggered on ones. By then you feel really late, right? So you kind of just take it based on volume. Once it goes up, then you kind of hope that it just continues its way.
Pause.
Just to put in perspective, I had seen this will almost be considered, if not is considered, a falling knife. I've seen something like this have hit bad news and just go down again, and that would hurt, right, Michael? So these are hard to do. So being up 350 is awesome. I don't know if even if I were here, I don't know if I would take it, because my mindset is set on some heavy trades, right? I mean heavy shares. So with this I would have to down my shares quite a bit just to make sure it doesn't like break through down again. You know what I'm talking about, Michael? Those falling knives that just kind of retrace a little bit and just shoot back down. Those are scary. Thanks, Mikhail.
Pause.
So you know, but man, this is a beautiful one though. Yeah, it's nerve-wracking. So when my mind is set on like thousands of shares and I see something like this, I have to reset my
AHPI.
mind. I have to like clear everything out and start recalculating. It's hard. So it looks like SPY is diving down a little bit more because all we see is red. I see a red in the counters. And the scary part is sometimes, you know, you look at it and you're like, wow, this looks great. You know, they all look great. But we don't know. I don't know when I'm going to. So I mean, right there, could this be the moment? You know, everything could be a nice scalp right now, but so you have to change your cadence, your rhythm. There's another one by CS40, pop down. This one goes up, and 10,000 shares.
BVN. Pause.
Gosh, this thing doesn't know. Mist? Yeah, Mist was something I was looking at this morning as well. Mist was something that was surging that I was looking at, but I couldn't find an entry.
AG.
Thanks, Daniel. Well, a lot of it is just always trying to find the right trade. And then if you keep doing that over and over again, you're going to see that your
BVN.
accuracy is pretty high. But like something
SVM.
like this is risky, right? It popped up a little bit,
Pause.
and then it just never really quite touched the blue. It wasn't done yet. And you know, it's probably the wind. The SPY is pushing down. It's kind of reversing right here though. Oh no, it's not. It's pushing down still. Looking at
LCA.
long time frame. Yeah, we just need to. My conviction is placed on my my success rate, which is derived from trading only things that look near perfect. And then, over time, as I keep
AG.
staying green, I get more fearful of my red day because I know it's inevitable for someone that's been green for many days to not loosen up your strategy, thinking it always goes green, and then it hits you hard. So I kind of have an
Sill.
I have a fear that goes along with every additional green day. So I know my red day's going to come eventually. I haven't had it in maybe 2 weeks or so. I mean, I've had a red trade on Tesla, um, about 500 a couple of weeks ago.
WPM.
I was still up quite a bit from that. It's just just got to keep telling yourself, reminding
AG.
yourself what the perfect setup looks like. Yeah, Mikhail, that's a good
AEM.
question. I really need to make a video
Pause.
just to talk about that. I keep saying that. I just
SVM.
Yeah, my trade idea is not going to stop talking. Let me turn it down then if I'm going to explain this. Okay. So my main strategy is to find a lot of volume
Sill.
and to a ramp in volume, a ramp in shape, and hopefully find the exhaustion point. More or less, I'm just trying to predict where the pinnacle or the very bottom is, depending on which direction I go. Lately, it's obvious that I've been more short biased, which kind of sucks because short sell restrictions and all. But let me just go back to those pictures. Trying to find the best picture for you, Mikhail. Something like this. This is kind of a perfect trade right here. So we see a rampant volume. We see a consolidation at 26, right? And then it breaks out and it keeps going and it forgets to correct itself. It forgets to reset itself. Everything needs to reset if it keeps going, right? More or less, we see on a stock that's being reasonable, it will generally have a linear grind. It will just kind of go up and down, but it stays linear. But some stocks may go a little too far, and then they have to reset. This one reset right here, and then it kept going, but it changes slope, and it started shooting straight up. As it keeps going up, the volume goes up with it. This shows that there are a lot of people interested in this area, and they're interested in it because they want it. A lot of optimistic people want to push it further and further up, and there are a lot of people wanting to short it because it's gone too far. So my goal is to find the exhaustion point, to just try to find where it's going to run out of steam. And in this case, you could tell that it ran out of steam by the volume that it started exposing. The volume started getting higher and higher, a lot higher than the morning, which generally has the most volume to begin with. So this one started defying the general maximum volume from the morning, and it went a little ridiculous. So we're looking for ridiculousness, but with a shape of a ramp and a ramp in volume. And it would be nice to find something in the daily chart that shows us a resistance area. So this one may have a daily resistance of 32. It was really close to a solid number 32. It didn't quite reach it because it ran out of steam. That's an exhaustion right there. And then you can short it as you see the next red on the way down. Very possibly some people may have got caught up in this area right here. But yeah, this one went nicely. That's basically what I look for in a chart. That's perfection to me. Another one is this one, NOV. Here's another one that reset plenty of times earlier in the day, and then it went ridiculous, and it started ramping up. This one is a little bit dirty in the volume, but you do see the volume spike showing an exhaustion area. Almost touched 34 if it didn't touch 34, and then it started coming down with the volume going down because everyone's happy with its movement. And that's roughly what I'm always looking for. Here's me drawing the slope and the movement on downwards. It's very simple, if I say it out loud. But the whole idea is we don't really know what's going to happen until we see it. Without seeing these three candles, all we see is a linear movement. This is linear until it decides to just shoot for the stars and try to exhaust itself. By this point, by the last three candles of the vertex, it shows that it's tradable. It is considered great to me. In this case, once I see the vertex, of course, I'm going to try to short it. This is too far from the top to go long. Yeah. Inversely, if we look at this chart, there's the pullback right here. And then, some people may say, well, you may do a breakout right here. But by then, sometimes it doesn't break out like this right here. It goes up, goes down, goes up, goes back to this area right here. And it plays games for a long time until, an hour later or so. So I don't really do pullbacks. I just look for the most absurd movement. And I know that everybody's going to agree with me that, and the volume shows it, everyone agrees that this is just too far. It needs to reset before it goes back up. And that's where I short this movement. I'll short it, theoretically, I want to short it on a 1 minute trigger. But a lot of times the last candle is too long, so you have to just look for the movement downwards and try to catch it when you can, and then just write it on down as the volume continues to stay low, suggesting that the movement is okay with everybody. With WDC, that was something that, I held my breath because it wasn't a great shape. So I knew that was considered okay. It wasn't considered good or great on WDC. But it went okay. Those are not the trades I would ideally trade, especially if people are following me. I didn't post it on the Discord app either. I would not suggest a trade unless I see it nice. Like Love was really nice, so I posted that one. Oh, thanks for offering to make a scanner for me, Mikhail. I've been using this scanner for a long time. It's been working well. But yeah, if you can find a way to... I haven't found a scanner that can identify shapes, like a parabolic move. There really isn't a way... There is a way to identify consecutive candles on trade ideas. If it's 5, 15s, or 1s, it can identify that. It can identify extremes like RSI. It can identify lots of things, but a typical shape is something you can't really create formula-wise, I don't think. I mean, anything's possible. I'm not going to say it's not possible. Michael says, the part I'm missing is that you finding these with trade ideas. Can you set a scanner in Thinkorswim that you can find the stocks with these characteristics? Yeah, I think I just made a video about that. The Thinkorswim scanner. It was made by Sunny. It was basically it's an RSI scanner. So relative strength index can give you what's extended. It won't give you possible shapes and stuff, but it will definitely tell you what's extended, like multiple greens. And then you can just weed out what looks good and what doesn't. I'm sure you've seen that scanner. Oh, you can do it in Thinkorswim? Yeah, please do, Mikhail, and then email me. Um, so far, Sunny's RSI scanner works really well. I'm sure there are other ways to make things better, but you know, before all this, I used to just use high-low tickers and clickety click, you know, every second trying to find something. But yeah, if you could just email me what you come up with. Let's see. John asks, wondering if you're still using TradeNet. No, I can't. I'm located in the U.S. What's going on with their U.S. accounts? I think the SEC regulators have finally you know, pushed TradeNet to not play this game of creating education packages. You know, that was their niche, TradeNet's niche for the U.S. market as in the U.S. people, clients, students, whatever you want to call us. They will sell you these packages. You don't own the account. You own the education package, in which basically we are learning from them. That's the catch. So we can still profit off of it, but then the SEC said no. That's still having. This is my assumption, okay? The fact that we're still profiting off of it. So after that, they said they're not going to have any more U.S. Clients, and then somewhere down the line, I said in the stream, worst case scenario is that they're just going to close shop for the U.S. because we're not. The SEC regulators banned CFDs because of the fact that CFDs don't add or remove liquidity in the market. And the U.S. wants our markets to be strong. And if we use CFDs, we're not affecting the market at all. Hardly. So Europe and Australia are perfectly fine with it, in which case I assume that TradeNet will do okay. Michael Profit said that his manager confided in him that he's lost 70% of his clients. I'm going to talk to my manager when I can. I just don't feel like talking to him right now. All I really want is my payout. And from there, I feel like I can make a video. At the moment, they're okay with me as long as I get my payout, right? I just want my money. Give me my money. I have quite a bit of money this half month with them, so if they can give me my money, then they're completely fine with me. But otherwise, that is not okay if you just walk away and say, well, you're not a client anymore, and then what that would have been quite a waste. I'm already sacrificing 15% of my profits, right? Some of you are 20% if you're the student package. So just give me my money. Don't know how else to say it. Happened to you, John? Yeah, the leverage was awesome. Was it 20-1? Well, I've always been using Lightspeed, but I've kind of been off hot Lightspeed because you see me on TradeNet a lot. The difference is my Lightspeed account is bigger, so I'm not going to use that because people acknowledge that, you know, if you're Warren Buffett, you can do everything. I'm not Warren Buffett, but my Lightspeed account is a lot larger than TradeNet's, so my trading ratio, my shares are much more different. So I got TradeNet so I can emulate exactly what my family friends were doing, and especially the drawdown. You know, $2,700, you get a $4,000 drawdown. You fail boat, which happens all the time. You buy it again, and then you just try again. That was perfect for a beginner. Thanks, John. I hope so too. Alfie, 70% is a big hit. Yeah, I agree with you. I assume that TradeNet had plenty of clients in Europe and Australia, but we'll see. John, it's lots of fun to watch my friends and succeed. And I did notice that, you know, there's nothing but skepticism in the market, and it makes entire sense that people won't believe you. I mean, I can average in anytime I want if I were using light speed. Um, but that's not wise, right? That's how people blow up their accounts. So TradeNet just helping people learn actually made me really fine tune my strategy, because there's more weight on you trying to, you know, yeah, there's just typically just more weight. There's more stress. So you're going to fine tune yourself just so to make sure everyone else doesn't fail. But obviously, it seems like I'm always having to re-identify or talk again about my strategy, and I still haven't talked about how I set my stops and how I enter, because it's very liquid. I mean, you just go with the flow, right? I can theoretically say this is how you do it, but when I actually trade, I often get in early. I mean, you'll see everyone say they get in at this part, but it wasn't a 1 minute trigger. They got in a lot earlier because we saw a sudden move. It really depends. And then if I tell you guys my stop, you'd be surprised, because it may be less than a 1-to-1 ratio, you know. And everybody's touting about having a great ratio, risk reward, and but they may not have a success rate because they're overextending their, like somebody just said, they overextended their stay in the trade, or it just doesn't go like breakouts do. A lot of times breakouts don't break out. Sometimes it's better off to catch the pullback for the breakout. So it's just, I don't know. I just find my strategy to be a little bit easier for a beginner, because the things that a lot of beginners do is they can't hold their breath, so counter trends move fast. And the hardest part is just execution, because it's like waiting in line before a roller coaster. That's the hardest part. You feel that anxiety waiting for it to hit the top, and then you enter like you're getting on that roller coaster. So that's the hardest part. And then once you get the hang of it, hopefully it moves fast, because no beginner wants to hold their breath, and I don't either. The more trades you have, the shorter your breath is, right? And then because once you see green, you just want to get out. And good thing about counter trade is generally it moves fast. But like love moved pretty fast. It was at 5 minutes. I've only stayed for less than 4 minutes, while WDC was poop, but it still worked out. So that is the nature of the strategy. You try to find the top, and then from there you have a greater chance of messing up and still succeeding. That is the thing. Whereas breakouts, sometimes it goes so fast you can't get out in time and you're down. At least that's me. I suck at it. I'm really bad at breakouts. John asks, just to clarify, are you in the process of finding another broker that you can use to stream strategy? No, not really. I think I'm going to just continue just showing you my Thinkorswim. Generally over here I would have my light speed, but Thinkorswim charting is nice. I'm going to show you my Thinkorswim, and at the moment I have my Thinkorswim funded, but I may defund it and move it elsewhere. I'll be using my light speed for right now until I decide I may start coaching, in which case nobody's going to follow me with, I mean, I should just get a smaller account for that purpose alone. So I don't mind thinking about CMEG. John asked about TD Ameritrade realistic to use for I don't know. I just I know quite a few people do use it with success, and the people that don't like it say it's slow. So I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet eventually and try it out. But of course, this is still a PDT platform, meaning that if you have under a certain amount, then you won't be able to day trade with Thinkorswim, can you? I don't think so. You're still down to 3 day trades round trip, unless you have over 25,000, which I do at the moment. But yeah, Michael says it's slow or is lagging in the morning. Maybe because there's too many people during the server, especially during this COVID time. So I am in favor of trying CMEG if I have to. Otherwise, I should just stay on my light speed. Johan says I'll lose 50,000. Don't do that. Don't lose 50,000. Yeah, I do have a cash amount that's good enough. Strangely though, up on my chart, it says DT left, day trade left. It still says 3, but my liquid amount is well above over 25,000. Alfie is asking if Trina is going to give their money back. No, I don't think so. I'm pretty sure that's somewhere in that 2 font fine print. So the worst case scenario is that you bought it like within the last week of them saying that they are not allowing any more U.S. clients. Then from there, I don't know how long it's been. What? Another month? So you may have only had less than a month with them before they decided to not do payouts. So that would be the worst case scenario. For I think. Correction. Worst case scenario is if I don't get my money. Hey Tejas. Thank you for your kind words. Alfie says, so it's risky starting with them? I think it's going to be okay for anybody outside the US. But I maybe let me talk to my manager and see what's going on. Do away with the PDT. Yeah, it's kind of like treating you like a child, I guess, you know? Yeah, it's up to us if we want to get into our own mess, right? But I don't know. I agree. I kind of agree. I think there's more to the PDT than just that though, because of the leverage of the buying power. I don't remember the number, but let's just say you never just put in 25,000, right? You need some leverage. So you maybe put 30,000 just so you have a $5,000 drawdown. That'll be like the minimum, kinda. Or if you're planning on trading large, then from there, if you go under 5,000 in the middle of a trade, then technically you're under 25,000 PDT, right? But they won't close you out until you go a little bit further down, I think. So that's the purpose of the 25,000. They give you extra room for recovery. Maybe down to 15? I don't know. I don't remember last time. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it. But yeah, I don't know. But I know it's not 25. It's not like you go down to 25 and then they just stop you out of your trade. They're going to let it go run down a little bit further. Yeah, I'm sure they could make things more relaxed. That's for sure. That's very possible. Michael, yeah. Education package. Alfie, what do you mean the company they go with next? Yeah, CMAG looks like a really good choice. Is it 6 to 1? That's even better. I thought it was 5 to 1. It looks very promising, CMAG. I mean, that's what Ross Cameron used. Prior to that, he used SureTrader. That went bankrupt and turned into F1 trading. But uh, I would assume Ross knows what he's doing, and he's used CMAG, I think. I think CMAG is legitimate because it's stocks. So there's really the only thing that's in question is the PDT that they're not abiding by, but they're not breaking any rules because they are outside of the US. So it's perfectly fine. But I could have said the same thing about TradeNet because they're outside of the US and they're allowing US clients to use their package. So yeah, there's no W-2, but we're not. None of us are trying to avoid the IRS. You still have to include your payouts. Yeah, forex and futures is something that a lot of people are doing because the PDT. Well, CMAG is in Trinidad, I think, and they're using stocks. So, in my opinion, the SEC shouldn't have anything wrong with that because we're still adding and removing liquidity. We're still using stocks to move the market. So, they really shouldn't have anything wrong with that. But, I'm not a regulator, so I have no clue. I'm just talking out of my butt. I really don't know how they come up with any of these rules. But it just makes sense to me. Well, but nothing really makes sense, guys, right? Because we give them $25,000 minimum, and then they still wanted to charge us for a platform, even though they're using our money to make more money. It should be common sense that we fund we fund an account with them, and we should do everything for free. So everything is kind of, you know, against us. Hey, you're welcome, John. Uh, but was SureTrader not like CMEG and they closed down? SureTrader closed down and turned into F1 Trading. Uh, so F1 Trading, between CMEG and F1 Trading, I would say F1 Trading probably is next. Um, Platform fees? Yeah, sure. If I remember correctly, look at MIST is doing a breakout during this time, which is weird, right? This is weird. Did a breakout right there. I'm a little late. Look at it. Touch 10. 10 is a magic number right there. I mean, 10 is just a beautiful number, isn't it? What kind of spread are we talking? No, it's only 2 cents spread. We're kind of. Look at that volume. What's going on there? Oh, the volume is huge. Never mind. Yeah, I already feel too late about this. That move to 10 is a beautiful area. Um, Now it's already 9:40, but look at that tank right there. Yeah, it just wanted 10, and that's beautiful. Okay, okay, that makes sense. That explains that little dot right there. Yeah, I see it now on my hold. I turned her down, so I mean my trade ID is down. I couldn't hear her. What's ridiculous? Platform fees on SureTrader, which is now F1 Trading, which is still CFDs, I think. Alfie, I feel if I invest in TradeNet and then get close, and they close, I could lose 9K, which can go upwards, can get towards high speed. Okay. So I'm assuming, Alfie, that you are outside of the U.S. if you're even thinking about the option of TradeNet. Awesome. Well, I think the best thing to do, Alfie, is not lose 9K. Maybe get a student package at 2,700 US dollars, and then you can actually work your way up from there. Most of my clients made that $27 back in less than a month. But investing in TradeNet, in Lightspeed, is a great idea. But if you're a new trader, then why not try CMEG? The idea is, I've blown my account 1.5 times. Half as in I lost more than I wish I did, but I didn't blow it up. Nobody ever loses all their money, but going below 25K is considered blowing up, right? And that was a long time ago. That was over 10 years ago. And it's easy to do that when you have 25K in your account. That's why I'm hesitant to suggest anybody new to just jump into a US 25K plus platform, unless you really know how to paper trade with discipline. Shorts on Mist is 122 per 1,000 shares. Is that all? That's crazy. John says CMEG require proof of income. So if you are a day trader in the morning, how do you have income if you have a job? And if you have a job, how are you day trading? Oh, interesting. That's a catch right there. Really? Is that the only way you can get CMEG? Proof of income? How do I prove my income? And show them my dog training income? That's going to be bad. Huh. There's no other way? Can't you just show them your bank account? Okay, tax returns. Even if you have money? I don't understand. I don't understand that factor. Let me talk to Tim of Volatility Trading. He's supposed to know this stuff. View from Jay, how do we be your student? Well, right now I'm not accepting any. I'm just trying to do my best and for all of you overall. I do realize it's easier to coach, especially like right now. I feel like I'm answering questions a lot easier just streaming right now than I do trying my best to predict what people are going to ask me in a formal video, right? That's weird, John. Okay, well, tax returns, huh? Okay. Hey, you're very welcome, John. Right now, trading in itself is pretty boring. All we do is sit and wait. The only time that things get a little hectic is when you're trying to trade and somebody like Drew starts telling you that things probably won't go your way if he's listening. But otherwise, trading with people is fun. Thanks, JSEC. Yeah, I think so too. I mean, it's really hard to get sidetracked. Remember in the previous video, one of my latest videos on how not to trade, I said I was going to show examples. It's really hard to find examples because I'm busy trying to find good examples instead of finding bad examples. Let me show you what not to trade. But hold on, I'm still trying to find something good to trade. That's not going to happen. I mean, I have to waste a day looking at crappy trades just to make a video, and I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid maybe like $20 a month on YouTube. So when I could be making a lot more finding the right trade, just putting in perspective. Eventually, I'll find a trade that looks like crap, and I actually traded it. But I mean, why would I even want to even go that route? WDC today was probably that was an okay trade, but definitely not something I would suggest. I'm not sacrificing that much. Thank you, John. Thank you for thinking about me, though. Yeah, LA to BKKs. Yeah, I agree. It's just like flying. And I think that's why Jeremy is such a good trader. He's a pilot, and he's admitted that he's had panic attacks while flying, and he can trade very large. Yeah, it's moments of boredom until something is boring until it's not. Yeah. Like Tesla? Yeah, like Tesla. Is it running right now? No, okay, not right now. But I can't trade Tesla worth anything. Yeah, everything's nice if you were holding it. If you were long, I mean, if you were short from the morning, right? Well, look at that. Hindsight is a beautiful thing, right? We got this part right here. That's it. This little thing, this little slope, based on all this move, which was more or less a linear grind until we saw a little bit of a curve, and maybe we saw something in the daily. I hope we did. I mean, why did I even take this? 46.5, 46. Yeah, we saw something in the daily that justified its entry. I see it. But still, it's not a great look. And if the more loose I trade and I show my family friends, okay, this one, they're gonna be like, why? It doesn't fit any parameters. And then Drew earlier would say, hey, this one looks like it's gonna ramp back up, and it did. Thanks for jinxing me, but he was right. It didn't look good, and luckily we got out unscathed. But I mean, it wasn't a great trade. Which goes to show that eventually it'll catch up to us if we don't stay tight in our discipline. So more or less, the only good trade was love for me, because it gave me plenty of time to which one? Right here. This one right here. So it was linear here, and then it changed the slope. It went higher, faster, and we see that spike right there. See that spike right here. Wait, that's not it. Right here, this one. Well, this one was nice too. This one really suggested it wanting to reverse and go higher, right? This reversal candle from the bottom. Not reversal candle, reversal volume. But prior to that, there was volume here, and then it dojied, and then it came down. And what was this? Oh, it was a 34 touch, or at least close to it. 34.98, and then it came down. And then after that, it's dead to me, because the distance from the 90 MA to the top isn't as good anymore. it just starts playing games. Alfie, beyond what expected, do you still hold even though the money lost amount has gone over what you really wanted? Do you have a fixed money loss amount to cut the trade if it technically goes? Well, I would, with something like this that I see go to 34, this went to up to 33.98, I would have set my stop above 34 because there are times that the stock wants to test 34 or actually revisit 34, and I definitely don't want to be in it when it breaks out through 34 and then plays games as it comes back down. So ideally I want to see it changes slope. That's why we call it a ramp. It's ramping up, maybe touch it or maybe shoot right through it and exhaust itself. But in this case it went up too fast, it dojied, tried to touch one more time in the red candle, but it didn't touch it and it started coming down. I will never, what would they say, bag hold it and just wait for it and just guess. This isn't guessing. This is a very technical move based on human behavior. After that, if it wants to come down, then it'll come down. I have no idea anymore. But this area right here is a perfect shape. So yeah, I will. If I traded it poorly, then anything past that will be a revenge trade, right? So the hardest part of this is just entry. And this one was a good entry because the entry on a 1 minute trigger is not too far away from the top. It's about 10 cents. So that's a 10-cent risk. And the shape was good, so I basically risked about, I think I risked $400 on that. And I came out up 600 plus. But that's just a perfect setup. I would be happy with a $400 win on this one. The only time I would add to it or stop out partially is if the spreads were apart. And this one only has a 2-cent spread. If we had something crazy like a 30-cent spread, then yeah, I would have to keep my stops further apart and in different areas. And then it gets really tricky. Then it's almost going by feel because it's not like I can really calculate that quickly to verify what the heck I'm doing at that moment, you know. And so if I can't calculate it, then I'm just not going to trade it. I think, yeah. For me, I trade in fear. Sometimes I can get too cocky. I know this about myself. I know I am clinically bipolar. So if I'm on the high side of my bipolar issue, and even if I'm medically bipolar, I assume a lot of people have these phases as well. Thoughts of grandeur. And that's what happens with gamblers, right? You think you're going to do perfect, and then that's when you think nothing will ever happen to you, and then that's when the market takes you out. But for me, I'm the same way. The more bulletproof I feel, the more looser I'm going to become. So I actually turn everything around when I'm trading, regardless if I'm high or low. I fear everything that goes wrong. If I'm on the top, I may not physically feel it at that time, the fear, but I know what I'm looking at, and I know that I should be afraid at that moment, and that's when I need to just tap out, or else it's going to go really bad. I guess that's what that is the epitome of discipline, I guess. But don't. But I'm not a natural trader. I consider myself a very emotional trader. So I honestly don't believe in the factor that people can trade without emotion. I'm always trying to push emotion. I'm always trying to figure out how far can I go farther, and then if I get heart palpitations, then okay, I probably went too far. That's basically how I trade. Everybody has a limit, and my limit's not that big. And when you're newer, you know, I remember, and I still probably would. I'm not a gambler, but I remember back in the days we played it when I was a mechanic. There was a stupid game that you just flip a card on top, and if your car's bigger than the other, then you win. If your car's lower than his, then you lose, and you immediately lose $20. I threw up like twice playing that game, just for losing $20 in 1 second. You know, that was back then. It's the same concept. It's just, but except that was pure gambling, right? Losing money does not feel good. I know, Tim. I'm still here. I don't know why I'm still talking. I need to stop. But I mean, the video. I'm gonna leave these scanners on for sure. And really, they're. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm probably gonna close this, since Tim's here. A-bus? No, I didn't see anything. I'm too busy talking. Oh, what is going on there? Oh, it halted, didn't it? Oh, you're right. It did halt at 2:20. It resumed at 2:26. And now it's playing this crazy game. Did you get it from the halt, open halt? I didn't see any charts, Tim. I'm too busy rambling. Sorry. Let me see. mRNA, the dive down? Yeah, that's cool. Did you take it? The double down? mRNA? This thing is just ridiculous. You know, I kind of gave up on looking at anything when my charts started turning red from the SPY. But you see, guys, so intensity stock watch is probably, not is probably, but is a good scanner. The problem, Alfie, is that yes, my strategy is good throughout the entire day. So sadly, I am, if I really want to, I am stalking the market all day. It would be nice. I would love to say that I can just trade in the mornings like Tim and just walk away, but I don't. I'm here all the time. Yeah, Tim, I honestly don't know. I may have been too scared to take something like this because it's a bottom bounce, and you know I'm a little bit more short biased, but this should have traded a small on this one. Should have. I wasn't around for the first one, and I never anticipated the second one. Avis. So I'm guessing you took it on this one down here, right? Oh, you sent me a chart. Oh, you did. You took it exactly. Okay, very nice. So Tim doesn't really look for the shape that I look for, guys. What he does is just anticipate exhaustion. He just sees an overextension and he knows it's going to pull back. That's relatively his strategy, I would say. Am I right, or am I close to saying it correctly? Oh, right. Let me just show it right here. So I wish I can zoom in, but the red is him shorting and the green is where he covered. This is CMEG. That's a lot of volume. Wow. 2 million. Yeah, that's bound to halt. I mean, yeah, that's bound to recover. Yeah, Alfie, Tim is the one that sent me his promotional intensity stock watch for me to review. But yeah, guys, I think I'm getting a little bit of a headache today. Today was stressful, and I'm dealing with a lot of drama in the arm wrestling community. It's stupid. And this trade net thing is stressing me a little bit. I'm gonna have to, just waiting just to see what happens. I should just call him, the manager that is, and just to make sure everything's okay. I'm honestly I'm too cheap, and I'm really running out of real estate on my monitors. Even though Intensity Stockwatch, I'm only gonna want one of those scanners, and if I remember correctly, Tim says I won't have it if I buy it because it's for like special people like Tim. So I didn't try the other ones. I know the Ultra scanner is awesome, is beneficial, but it's similar to my surging, so I really can't see the purpose. Even though I just can't justify it just yet because I'm cheap. That's another thing that's pissing me off right now. I subscribed for some magazines that I thought used to be good back in the days, like GQ and Time Magazine, and I subscribed to it, because it's only $5, and I'm seeing it auto subscribe, and that just really makes me so angry that they just charge me another $5. That's how cheap I am, guys. But I mean, I didn't appreciate the magazine anymore, and I'm it just really gets to me that these little people are just taking bits of my money, and then there's TradeNet that I'm worried about, and I better get off before I start ranting nonstop, guys, honestly. So the market's dead after this move, the way that it looks, I think. So I'm just gonna end it here early, guys. I think that's the best strategy. Unless you guys want me to leave it on. If you want me to leave it on, just say so. I'll see you, Tim. Okay, good. I have no complaints about shutting down early. Take care, guys, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thanks for hanging around. If you haven't already, click the like. Hey, Richard, I haven't heard from you. Yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll leave this on. I mean, I'll try my best to keep this going. I'm sure I'll be able to help at least a little bit. Maybe we'll find something better. Hey, I'll see you, Kevin. Yeah, if you guys ever have any questions, just feel free to ask. If it's remedial or if it's advanced, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, take it easy, guys. I need to just do some cardio and vent. Bye, Daniel. Till next time.